Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. I Grill the Orcish Fiddler here, and I forgot to turn on my jaw. There we go. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary, guys. So yeah, this is my affiliate anniversary week. Technically, it's on the 26th, but I don't stream on Thursdays. So, yeah, there's, it's allowing us to, grant well wishes a little early. So I guess we could call this my affiliate week. But yeah, a year ago, I got the invitation quite by surprise to become affiliate. And after some discussion with Hungry Gorilla and other people in the community to sort of like figure out what's the pros and cons, if this was something I really wanted to do, which I did because I wanted to, you know, I ultimately want to contribute more orc emotes to Twitch, which I'm still working on. Yeah, I decided to go forward with it. So now we've got channel point redemptions. We've got a handful of emotes, and I'm trying to work on getting more. And we've got advertisements, which just pre-rolls, which are turned off for the first hour because I do an ad right at the start. Well, welcome in everyone. Wolf and JJ, it is great to see you both. How you guys doing tonight? Hope that you're doing well. And thank you again for the well wishes. You may have noticed something on screen with Ocarina of Time. Remember how I was saying that I was using a high resolution texture pack? Yeah. I wasn't. Because I had the wrong version that I've been playing. I was playing the whatever version came before the current version. Because that's what the shortcut on my desktop went to. So, oops. So now we're going to be in the high quality texture pack. Okay, RetroZone, thank you so much. How you doing tonight? You are here for the Zelda. Well, I am glad because I have the Zelda. In fact, I have the high fidelity Zelda because I actually loaded the correct version with the high quality texture pack. So everything is in high def, except for the polygons, but that's fine. Going to be possibly sore tomorrow. You had to help your neighbor with arranging. Well, make sure you get some stretches in. Make sure you stay well hydrated. Take a nice hot shower when you get the chance. Hopefully you're not too sore come tomorrow. Love to see it working and lurking, but happy to be here. Well, I appreciate your lurk, and I hope work goes quite well for you. Well, shall we continue our adventures of Flink? When last we left... Oh boy! It's time for this! It's time for the water temple! Are we excited? Are we hyped? Are we remembering all the trauma we experienced as a child? Yeah, me too. So yeah, everything is a little bit more high definition now, as you can see. That was my bad for not having that earlier. I'm sorry. I'm a dummy. Well, let's get started. I get to try to remember how this place works. I need a key for that. Anything over here? Do I need the long shot? Is this where I get the long shot? Hey, ESG, welcome in. Have you discovered a better name? Should we tell chat about the shenanigans and the info hazard that I had to provide to you? Or should we let that just be our little secret? Trying to come up with one? That's just a placeholder anyway. Sorry, I wasn't concentrating. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it was certainly a classic placeholder. It had its place. Maybe not the place that you wanted it to be, but it had a place. Oh, wait a minute. I've got iron boots. What am I doing? I don't think we were cut out for the kind of roleplay to match the name. No. Well, hang on. Before I do this, let me make sure that there's nothing I gotta do around here. Oh, that just appeared out of nowhere. Okay. But yeah, I mean, there's probably roleplay servers that use Project Zomboid in that way. Hey, wait a minute, this got put back. That was weird. Oh, that's why it got put back, because now that it's here, I can't do anything with it. Fantastic. I hope that's what I was supposed to do with it. Hi, Jason. Jason can't climb up things. That's fine. He'll appear eventually. Whoops. Well, this is fine. Ow. Oh, right. Let's, I guess we'll start at the bottom and work our way up. Clang, 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 clang. Does everybody remember? Oh, hi. It's... what's her face? Why is my brain forgetting her name? Look at them textures. Yeah, she's got textures. She has some... She has a pair of textures right there. You're Flink, aren't you? It's me, your fiancé, Ruto, Princess of the Zoras. That was your name, that's right. I mean, yes, I remember you, Princess Ruto. I've never forgotten. I've never forgotten you or your textures, or the vows that we made to each other 7 years ago. You're a terrible man to have kept me waiting for these 7 long years. But now is not the time to talk about love. I'm sure you've already seen it. Zora's domain, totally frozen. A young man named Sheik saved me from under the ice. But my father and the other Zoras have not yet. I want to save them all. I want to save Zora's domain. You have to help me. This is a request from me, the woman who is going to be your wife. Hey, Belgian Raffles, welcome in, and thank you for the affiliate well wishes. It has been a year since I became affiliate. Actually, my very first... I should probably share the story of... My very first subscription was actually Hungry Gorilla. And I wasn't even live. It was just like, we talked about it, and then I decided, yep, I'm gonna go ahead and do it, and then once it happened, I shared the news with her, and she just went to the channel and she subscribed, and I was like, no, you didn't have to do that. I was very honored, and I actually cried a little bit because it was like, you know, very surprised. But, yeah. She is very sweet. She's a very sweet person. And I appreciated her support. But, yeah. I will try to get some more emotes. I'm waiting. There's somebody I'm going to work with to try to get some orc emotes. He's currently trying to get some stuff arranged life-wise. And then hopefully we can start getting that together. And then I've got some other things I can do myself. We'll figure it out. Anyway, let's talk to our pair of textures. Flink, you have to help me destroy the evil monster in the temple, okay? Inside the water temple, there are 3 places where you can change the water level. I'll lead the way. Follow me quickly. Okay, bye. Oops. Oh, you can't. Oh, well, I'm gonna need a bomb for that. Oh, jeez. That was rude. Hey, Hex, welcome in, and thank you for the follow earlier. I hope that you are doing well. Welcome into the stream. We're playing a little bit of Ocarina of Time. I finally remembered to run the correct version that had the high-definition texture pack, so now it's looking pretty. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yay, map. Feeling a little sick? Oh no, well I hope you're feeling better soon. Make sure to get plenty of water, stay nice and hydrated, get plenty of rest. And I hope whatever ails you resolves soon. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Anyway, she wanted me to come in here, and now I got the map. That's fantastic. But we're supposed to change the water level. Oh, okay. Listen to Dr. Orc, PhD. I am not a real doctor. I don't even know that I'm a fake doctor. Okay, apparently I wasn't close enough. He shortened that as dork. Thanks, JJ. Oh. Well, I hope I needed to be down here. Shoot. Well, I guess I can use arrows for this. Doggy, yes, we have doggy enabled. Okay, not here. If we do this. Okay, good. Aim carefully. Oh, apparently I have to do this quickly. There. I did it quickly. Stupid. Trying to make me use arrows and something that's hard to aim. Oh, hello. What are you? The Dorkdur is in? Sure, we'll go with that. The Dorkdur is in. I mean, technically, like, if we go with canon stuff, I guess technically this character is a combat medic, so. PhD stands for pretty heckin' destructive. Yeah, we could go with that. Its internal muscle is its weak point. I love that combination of emotes so much. That's great. You jerk. That wasn't fast enough. Stop it. I'm terrible at this. Ooh, that was different. Oh, okay. Okay, game. Settle down. Yay for key. I hope those are supposed to signify or whatever. It's a piece of art, I guess. Oh god, more of these. Okay, good, I can do that. They're all being mean, you know that? What do we got going on over here? Oh, do I want to go down here yet? I'm not sure. I don't think I can. I think I need the long shot. I'm Tubular Tactics. See ya. Well, we'll catch you later, Belgian. Ruffles, we will hope you have a good night. Well, you're lurking, you're not going to bed. So, we will catch you later. Oh, we do need the long shot. Shoot. Okay, I was right. Okay. Let's, switch this. But I hope you enjoy your lurk. We will catch you later. Ooh, crates and stuff to climb on and whatnot. Can I pull this out? Can I push it? Okay. That fell a long way. Okay. Oh, okay, bye. Out of curiosity, anything down there? I don't think there is. I don't think there is. What do we got going on down here? Kind of a stone snake dragon looking thing. Just swimming, I guess. Oh, there's a crystal in its mouth. Okay. I see. Bye, Jason. Jason doesn't have iron boots, so he kind of just floats. Oh, I can't use that. Okay, hang on. We can do this. Oh. I see what I'm supposed to do. Oh, look, that goes down fast, too. Okay, I see what I'm supposed to do. Okay, I see what I would like to do, but the game is just a little bit too fiddly. Really? Oh, I can't use this. Okay. Really? There we go. Okay, what was the point of that? Okay, I guess we'll go up. There we go. Is this compass? No, it would be key. You know what? Thanks. Can we sit up here? No hearts. Makes me sad. Yay, I figured out buttons. Oh, okay. I guess we don't do it this way. We do this way. Let's see what we got going on over here. Have I been through here? Bombs. Where are my bombs? At least give me a heart or something. Meanies. Oh, wait, did I want to do that? I'm not sure if I wanted to do that. Maybe I wanted to do that. Okay, I probably wanted to do that. Game. Thank you. Okay. So there's a thing. Do I hit it with a hammer? Nope, I guess not. Hmm. Jason, what do you think we should do? Hmm? Other than splash around in the water. Or walk on top of it because apparently... Oh no, you're swimming. Okay. Hmm. Sort of swimming. Alright, was there anything down here that I need to be aware of? Nothing there. I'm not sure. Can I climb this? No? Like, we got funny dragon-looking thing. And a gate. What's on the other side here? Just the Skulltula? Yeah, just a bunch of jars and a Skulltula. Okay. So what'll penetrate this? Maybe a bomb. Hey, Reppin', welcome in. How you doing tonight? Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. I appreciate that. Because... Oh, well, that didn't work. Okay. It has been a year since we became an affiliate. And how time flies. But how you doing tonight, Reppin'? I hope that you're doing well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's try fire. Does fire work? Okay, well, it worked on something, but not what I wanted it to work on. Because that's a problem. Hey Val, welcome in. And thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary as well. I do appreciate that. Oh, how do I get past this little puzzle? All sorts of fun peeps celebrating the orc. I appreciate it. It's definitely been a journey over the past year. But it's been fun. And I'm glad that that I've had a chance to hang out with y'all and share various fragments of my my past, my childhood, as it were. And share the love of retro games and orcs and whatever else I fancy. We are in a place that a lot of people don't fancy, though, which is the water temple in Ocarina of Time. Aww. Thank you, Reppin'. I appreciate that. You're a good guy as well. In fact, if y'all are not already doing so, which most of you probably are because we kind of share audiences. Whoops. Well, there's an extra capital O in there, but if you aren't already following Reppin' Wolf, give him a follow. Oh, that actually reminds me. Reppin' and I, along with Argok Knoll, are going to be doing Neverwinter Nights on Fridays once he's finished with the original campaign with Argog. I will be joining them for Hordes of the Underdark, and we get to see how that will go. And I'm looking forward to joining you on your adventures through a Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition campaign. Oh no, I don't have water for my pills. I've got a character figured out. I'm a brave orc, that's for sure. Well, I mean, I can put up with all the cinnamon smells, right? Give me just 1 second. I gotta grab a water. It is cinnamon, right? He's not here to defend himself, I don't think. Otherwise, I think he would have affirmed that it is cinnamon. You have to have a certain fortitude for that guy. Understandable. But I've been watching you guys on your Friday streams for a while. And I think I'll be alright. Hopefully we can all have some fun together. Because that's really all that we're wanting to do. We just want to have some fun. Since Baldur's Gate 3. What was before Baldur's Gate 3? I want to say yes. But I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. Divinity. Okay, no, I was not there for Divinity, so yep. Just Baldur's Gate 3. Handle Argok as far as his Knoll silly nonsense. Well, it's Argok being Argok. It's either embrace it or go insane. And Argok didn't do the Halloween campaign with the Eldritch nonsense, so we can't go insane. So we better embrace it. I do wonder if he's still planning on doing that. Like maybe by this upcoming October. Maybe he'll be ready. I was looking forward to that. In fact, I've been playing Project Zomboid with some members of Hungry Gorilla's community. And I actually named the character that I use in there after the character that I created for Argok's campaign. SG, thank you so much! A tier 2 subscription for 3 months in advance. Holy crap. You did not need to do that, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Normal person. Yes, we are all normal people. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so subscriptions are definitely not required. I don't even have, like, all the emotes that I have planned to really take advantage of it yet. I'm hoping to do that so that people who do decide to subscribe actually have, like, some emotes to do that. But, yeah, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, gosh. Many popcorns. Yes. We have many corns. I don't know what to do here. I'm mentally flustered at the moment. Is this something I wonder if I just come back to this? It can't be. That thing back there has to be something I can hit with a tool. Which tool? Not this. Not bomb shoes. I don't think. Is there a hole? There's not a hole. Okay. Hammer wouldn't be it. That's not gonna be it. It's not hookshot. Huh. Bombs didn't reach. Wait, does arrow work? Nope. It's considered a solid door. Well, darn. I guess I'll come back to this later. Maybe I get a tool to handle it later. I don't know. Unless, hang on a second. Was there something down here? Oh. Wait a minute. How did I get the water to rise? Oh, the switch. I stepped on the switch, and the switch is permanently down. Okay. So, I just don't know how to do this yet. I bet if Keppo were here, he'd be able to guide me. I'll figure it out later. Because that was... It's not an item, so it's just a Skulltula. And I don't think Skulltulas are considered checks in randomizer. So I guess it's not important. We'll figure it out, eventually. Did I go this way? I don't know that I did. Can Link drown? Yes. Oh, okay, I've been this way. Let me show you. Allow me to demonstrate us drowning Link. Can Navi drown? That one I'm not as sure about. So. Hey, HG, welcome in. And thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes. Give me 1 second to handle this here. There we go. Okay. Alright. So, to answer SG's question, yes, you can drown by switching out his tunic. You can't breathe underwater. If you start choking, take off those boots. So the amount of time you get is based on your current health, not your maximum. So yeah, you can absolutely drown. But Hungry Guria, welcome in. How are you doing today? It is good to see you. And I do appreciate the well wishes. Hopefully I'll actually get some emotes so that, like, there's all the reasons that I wanted to become an affiliate, which is like the orc emotes. Hopefully I can actually get that done at some point. Cool. Okay, I think we're done with all the side stuff. Let's hop in here. And by the way, if y'all are not already following Hungry Guria, why not? HG is one of the best retro streamers on Twitch. She is an inspiration. She's an awesome person. She's very kind. And she remembers her mantra. She doesn't have negative thoughts. Right? Oh no. Hang on, am I doing this wrong? I only speak the truth, HG. Do I need the long shot for this? Is that what's wrong? Oh no. Oh gosh. JJ, thank you so much for the subscription and for removing the space. I had to look closely to see which accent mark you put in there. So yeah, that's one way to bypass the filter, I guess, is by using space. Yep, you did get me. So for anybody who doesn't know, we get bots in Twitch because I do have the YouTube on VOD and or the YouTube on VOD. Yes, the VOD on YouTube. We get bots. They'll come in and say, like, put it in this website, but they'll put spaces in between it, and then they'll put remove the space. So what I've been telling people to do, because they don't bother to change it at all, is you have remove the space as a banned phrase. Then the bots don't get through. Well, at least those ones don't. But thank you, JJ. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I like my space. I don't know what a space is. But maybe I don't want to remove it. Maybe I want to leave it on. What do you think? Should I remove the space? Or should I leave the space on? It's space European. Okay. Now that we're done with that nonsense. Well, that's the direction I can go if I can get the water level raised. I am very confused. It's been so long since I did this. I don't remember what I'm doing. We haven't fully explored north. We haven't fully explored west. Oh, I don't have the compass, so I don't actually know where I'm at. Okay, we need the long shot for this. Oh no. That explains why we didn't finish exploring that way. Let's see, that's north. Okay, so this is north. We just came from this direction, I thought. And I got stuck at the Skulltula. Wait a minute. Nani? Okay. So we're facing north. Well, we did this. I think we got a key out of it. But there's another direction to take north? Wait a minute, hang on. Oh, there is! Look at that! How do I get up there? Well, it's not that. Okay, so there has to be something somewhere around here. Or maybe it's just you raise the water level in general? Okay, we gotta raise the water level in general, I think. Because we can't... I don't think there's a way to get up there, normally. Oops. Yeah, we just got the key from over here. I think. We'll double check. Cooperate, please. Okay. Now we're over here. We got a key. That's really it. That's all. Okay, so this was just the key. There's a place to go somewhere else, but we can't get there yet. Okay. Yeah. So we're done here for now. Dang it. I was hoping to be a little faster at that. Okay, you asshole. So much for being quick and elegant. An expert at this game, I am not. Oh, right, we needed to do the thing with the stuff and whatchamacallit. Hi, Jason. Jason's our friend. Jason won't murder us. Little Jason... Okay, take the iron boots off. Little Jason Voorhees is our friend. Okay, I'm gonna examine this one more time. Maybe I just have to be in the exact right spot to do this. No, I think it's a long shot. I think. Oh no. I don't know what I've done. This is the this is the fun part. I don't even remember, so I'm gonna look at my my guide real quick. Let's see. When the temple was drained, Link trekked under the passage and bombed the floor at the dead end, which I did that. He put on his iron boots to enter the hole he blasted and swam up to a room where he spied a gold skull toilet behind a locked iron gate. Oh, using a spinning sword attack, I opened the cell. Well, I might as well get that out of the way. Don't mind me. I'm just not on top of it. Where was that? Was that here? Yes, I think it was. Maybe. Yeah, this seems right. I really gotta remember that I have more tools at my disposal than just what's in my inventory. Yay, a heart. I don't need bombs. I need hearts. I don't need arrows. I don't need arrows. Okay, game, I got that. How did you not get the alert? Thank you, Kebusagi, I appreciate it. Well, welcome in. How you doing tonight? I need your help. Please help me figure out what I'm doing wrong. It is very good to see you, and not just because I am in desperate need of guidance in the water temple. Because it is the water temple. I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong, where I gotta go. At least I got that. And Ironhead, thank you so much for the happy well wishes. Ivan is back to endlessly mock you. I mean, assist you. Whoops, I don't want to put Navi away. Oh, thank you for the reminder for hydration. And for stretching. You think you know already? Okay, good. A snack, too? Gosh, y'all are being so generous tonight. Health check for the orc. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. I do very much appreciate that. But how are y'all doing tonight? Let's see. I'm looking at my snacks to see. Ooh, I know what I want. I gotta raise. Yeah, I gotta figure out where to raise the water. Don't leave this tower. Raise the water. Oh, I can raise the water from in here? Okay. Okay, I got a question. Can I reach that? Or do I need the long shot? And I'm gonna go get my snack while I'm doing that. While I'm up, let us have a stretch. Good stretch. I have a good snack. So, I don't know how many of you have been to a holiday. Oh, it's a holiday for you, Kapasagi. Well, that's neat. Which holiday? I hope you're having a happy holiday. If you've been to Aldi, they have this cookie thing. It's called Italian Choco Wafers. It's basically a round Kit Kat that is covered in chocolate. And it uses imported Italian chocolate. At least I think it's Italian chocolate. It's imported from Italy. Doesn't say where the chocolate came from. But it's not American chocolate is the main point. So it's actually good. Oh. It is very yummy. Okay. I thought that I needed long shot to get here. Or to get this. Okay. So I can't do this part yet. So when you say don't leave the tower... Can that slowly go when you raise the water? And I'm trying to lean back away from the mic so that I'm not making too many mouth noises. There should be another place to hookshot to. Okay. Let me look. It's probably out here somewhere and I missed it. Let me get rid of these jerks. Where are you? Oh. Hard. Gimme. Why am I hearing more of those things? Where are you? Stop it. What do you mean? Really? Jerk. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to return. So now I can go over here eventually. But not yet. What about if I stand on this? Is there something over here? No? No. Okay, what about over here? Wait a minute, hold on. no. Bad. Can I get up here? No. How much have I done already? This is just the first lowering of the water. Yeah. Mmm. This is really yummy. Hmm. Hey, Xenoburbs, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Oh, I'm gonna need more water. This snack, the snack is making me thirsty. Go back inside the tower and look around. Okay. Oh my god, there it is. Okay, found it. Thank you, Keppa. This is your favorite temple? What is wrong with you? No, I'm kidding. Now don't leave. Okay. But there's a door right there. Oh, there's you. There's you. Plenty, but this ain't one of them. That's okay, there's plenty wrong with me too. We actually love Mystic Quest Water Temple. Oh gosh, it's been so long since I played Mystic Quest, I don't remember what that's like. I've only got little fragments of Mystic Quest, even after watching Ugblut play. Look down. Hang on. Well, if I look down, we do have our friend Jason here. He's swimming. Okay, let me look. Does he know? Does who know? We'll come down here. We'll take a look. Another was I needed to go to some places. Oh, okay. Right, because of the thing that came up from the water. They really do hide things. I do learn. I learn slowly. I'll figure it out eventually. Oh no. Get out of there, Link! Run! No, leave me alone. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Wait, really? Then what was... You know what, it's fine. I'm not gonna question it. We're just gonna go float up. Oh, I hit my head on the ceiling. Ah! Whoa! Flink? Are you okay? Buddy? It's the main hang-up with the dungeon is the secret room. I don't know that they taught us how to do that. Look, another key. You like this temple because it forces the player to really explore and think. It does. It is very early in terms of, like, 3D design. So this was kind of before they learned how to really telegraph things to find. And that does make it a little bit harder. I mean, I had to have figured it out at some point as well. It's just that it's been a really long time since I played this all the way through. I think it does 3D design well. It is a 3D puzzle. And admittedly, you know, I came into this from a largely 2D world. I don't know that I... It should be safe for me to exit. But... there is something I want to do. Well, first and foremost... do I have to? Hang on. I hear a friend. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I hear you. Feel very excited. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it, I guess. Nope. Try over here. And hopefully that stays lit. Okay. So that's where I just did this. Oh, it doesn't stay lit? Oh, you jerks. Fine. Well, I want to see. Don't you touch me. Oh, right. Blink, please. Trying to remember where the compass is in vanilla. Probably over... oh, it doesn't... never mind. Okay, so the water doesn't raise for that section. Got it. I was hoping it would. Oh, right. These are floaty things. Okay. I hear you. Heart? No? Fine. Do I want to be here? I don't know if I want to do that yet. Okay, bye. Do I want to do this? Do I want to raise the water right now? I don't know. Well, it wasn't that hard to get up here, so let me look at the map. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I need to explore some more, and I did see that over there. So raising the water would at least get me there. But can I come over here? Oh, that's going to require the long shot. Alright, well, hang on. I need to raise the water level for that. Is there a floater? There's not a floater there. I can swim, though. So. love early 3D cameras. Compass would actually be handy for once, while I try to figure this out. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to raise this yet. I want to explore a little bit more down on this level. Oh, there's a thing. I need... Hang on. Alright, what's splashing around there? Heart? Oh, for crying out loud. They don't like me very well. Oh, I think I might need the long shot for this. Yeah, it's too short. You can't swim, you need to... Yep. Okay. You need the long shot for that. Okay. Well, let's go this way, because we haven't done this yet. Heart! Gimme, gimme, gimme! No, 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 no! Gimme, gimme, gimme! Where are you? Yay! The enemy drops in the water temple are bugged. Ha 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 ha. Because they're bugs. Hearts? Hearts? Yay, hearts. Alright. Whee. Yay, now we have the compass. We still need long shot and we need boss key. Oh dear. Get out of that. Hearts? No? Okay. I know, that's not how it works. Room I met Root to win. That sounds like a great idea. As soon as I remember where that is. Was that here? No, that was not here. Which room is this? This is North Room. Okay. Oh, okay. Me remembering things is like a big ask. This looks like not the correct way. I don't... Sounds... I hear something that doesn't sound correct. Yeah, this does not sound correct. I heard the watery thing. So that was not correct. Leave me alone. Is this the Ruto room? This might be the Ruto room. Oh, no, maybe not. This is something else. This is the... Okay, this is the Skulltula room. Where I had to spin slash. Okay. The torchy place. Okay. Fourth try, yeah. Wait a minute, how am I supposed to light this on fire? Oh wait, no, I have to go up. Don't I? There we go. Ooh, abominable room. Key. Yay for key. Oh yeah, I forgot about that feature. Let's see. I kind of wish the compass would tell you where the Skulltulas were as well. I have Ivan and even better compass. This is true. I am appreciative of all the direction I can get at this point. I'm gonna admit, like, I'm not gonna remember any of this when I go to do a randomizer, and it's gonna suck. I don't know how speedrunners do it, let alone randomizers. Let's see. Do I have the ability to do anything to the north? That's not north. Okay. And then this is... This was not, because north was the room with the spikes that I need the long shot for, and there's nothing on the second floor. Boss is on the third floor. Okay. What is that room? How do I get into that room? From the basement? Nope. From one of the upper levels, it looks like. Okay. Well, there's a chest over there. Is that chest... No, that's... Okay. I think that chest is... I have to get it from the north side. I think I'm good with 2 keys. Okay. Well... If we are good to raise the water level, then we'll go and do that. As soon as I remember where. Oops. Nope. Flink. Come on. Jason, come back up. Was this the direction? Okay, come out. Ow. Wait, hold on. I'm just frankly amazed that I'm remembering what to hit to do the songs. Hello, game? Thank you, game. It figured it out eventually, I guess. Let's see. You gotta be right up in there. Apparently. We're in south. Oh, wait. Is this the exit? Oh no, I just left. I thought, this is a funny looking room. Well, I hope I didn't screw up too much by accidentally leaving. Well, This is still in place, so can't do anything with that. It looks like it remembered the flags from different things that I've done, so hopefully I don't have to redo anything special. Northwest. Got it. That requires a long shot. That's a sound. Oh, this place. This is gonna be a delight. You love the architectural design in this temple? I mean, I don't mind it. Yay, I did it. I see you down there. Ooh, I want that. Gimme. Gimme. Wait, why can't I use... There we go. Haha, you can't get me. I can't get you either, though. Could you not get in the way? That'd be great. Don't touch me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, wait, I can't get it from here. I just rubbed my face on the wall until I figured out it's fine. Give me your heart. No, I want to eat your heart. Come over here, you. I want to eat your heart. Give me your heart. Come over here. Stop being coy. Yeah, okay. I think that was an overall net loss. Wait, what? Okay. Well, neither of these really work. Oh, I almost grabbed the edge. Okay. I don't know if northwest is the right direction, Kappa. Are you gonna let me do a thing? Yeah, that's what I thought. I had a feeling. Alright, let me examine this. So we can't get up there through that. I'm going the right way. Okay. Just don't know if I need another key or not. I don't either. It's been too long. I hope that I don't need the long shot for this. Because this is like a very weird decision. It's like, are they expecting me to grab the edge or something? I don't know what they want me to do there. Well, there are a few more chests. One of them is going to be the boss key. One of them is going to be the long shot. So that's 2 more chests. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I just need to, like, concentrate, just not be a dum-dum. Try this. Okay. I just didn't observe that being a thing before. Wait, can you not jump over that? There you go. No, okay. Phew. Did it! Eventually. Oh no, don't touch me. Yay, the game was generous. Oops. Monies. I want monies. Yay, monies. I must need magic for something. Oh no. This part. Shoot. Yeah, I don't. I gotta remember how to do this. Yay! I sound very excited. Okay. Fun fact, look at the reflection. Oh no, my reflection's gone. Oh, I can't go that way? Okay. Yeah, so that's probably just a copy of Link just flipped upside down. I don't know what the reflection's doing other than just walking underneath me. Oh, I blinked. That means something should happen. Yep, my reflection's gone. There it is. Conquer yourself. We're just staring at each other and admiring each other. Jason, help me! Sick 'em! Dark Flink from Zelda 2. It is! Dark Flink from Zelda 2 is going to be a lot easier to defeat, however. Alright, let me try to remember what the tactics for this were. You're very acrobatic. Look at him go. He's so agile. Can I push you against the wall? So, I guess his AI is, if I can't backflip, I will attack. So that's to prevent you from pinning him, I guess. Oh, now he's aggressive. Okay, so he counters with that. But I knew about that. Come on over here. I need more room. I'm just face mashing this. Just leave it. Ow! Back the head, you jerk! There is a way to cheese this? Okay. I want to say that the strategy I'm doing now is probably what I used to do. I know that there's a cheese, but I actually wasn't paying attention enough to it to remember it. So I am happy to try to practice whatever the cheese is. Unless it's like the hammer. Or I just hit it with this. It's not really working. He puts up his shield. He dodges that. Okay. There we go. How many hearts do you got? There we go. He has as many hearts as I do. Oh god, no wonder he was so hard to defeat. Love a pain in the ass. Long shot. Oh, the pretty room. Yeah, sorry. Pretty room is gone. It's an upgraded hookshot. It extends twice as far. What? Oh, hang on. Thank you for the GGs. Flink, be careful. Don't get swallowed by the vortexes. Well, what if I want to be swallowed? Oh, thank you for the snack. Oh, shoot, I forgot to mark my last snack. Because you also need a snack. Give me 1 second. I need to mark. I want to be what? I said what I said. Let's see. Do I have... I didn't mark it. Okay. Give me just 1 second to figure out snack. I gotta mark the one I just took, though. I'll be right back. Let's see. Okay. That is last snack. Let's do, so that I don't overdo it tonight. Measure out some chicken and a biscuit. It's really delicious. Okay. 30 grams in one shot. Did I mark this? I didn't mark this. Okay. All right. Now let us have a snack of some chicken and a biscuit. Oh. Oh God, welcome in. We are suffering quite a bit. I am terrible at this, but that's okay. Chat is helping me get through it with snacks and guidance. How you doing tonight, Argok? It's good to see you. I hope that you are doing well. Is chicken and biscuits a snack? I don't know, but I know chicken in a biscuit is a snack cracker. You are fabulous, just as I expected. Well, thank you, Wolf. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm doing my best, but my best is middling at best. Okay, we'll save the rest of the crackers for future snack redemptions. Wait, I don't need this here. What am I doing? We were talking about you earlier, Argok, and how we're going to be joining you and Reppin for some Neverwinter Nights soon. Just as a reminder, that's going to be on Fridays. That means I'm going to be streaming twice a week. On Tuesdays, we're going to be doing our regular game. On Fridays, we will be joining Reppin and Argok for Neverwinter Nights, Hordes of the Underdark. I have been trying to figure out how to navigate something at the start of that campaign that kind of sucks. I might need to do some experiments with Reppin to see if there's, just to figure out how it works. Let's see, put that there. Ooh, heart. I want that. Yay, heart. Wait, hold on. Heart. Wait, no. No. Oop. Hang on here. Hang on. Hang on. There's a Skulltulu over there. Hang on. Ivan has returned. Welcome back, Ivan. wait. Why am I diving? No, I screwed up. Oh well. Oh, wait a minute. God, what am I doing? There, problem solved. Excuse me, Argok, I'm the one doing the plowing through tonight. I say, why not two? Yes, I'm Navi's good twin. Ivan and Navi. Whoops. No, you don't. Yay. I did the thing. No. Let's not do that. No. Link. Flink. Did you just... What are you doing? Hang on. Flink, please. Okay. Flink. Stop it. Stop it. What the heck? He gets right up to the edge. And then that happens. What is going on with this? Okay, game, physics. What? Does anybody know what's going on? Nope. There. Freaking hell. No, don't fall off this stupid thing. Oh, a fairy. Wait. What are you doing? Good question. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Can I do this from here? Not exactly. Okay, well, we tried. Link, stop. Link, what are you doing? What the hell? Oh god, no. Overcorrected. Okay, there we go. I can't use this here. Okay. Really? Come on. So what were you saying about really good 3D design before? Oh, god damn it. Oh, hey, there's a key. Oh, this is the exit for up here. Okay. Now I understand. Give me your heart. Give me your heart. Give me your heart. It didn't give me its heart. I'm sad. Okay. Let's see. I got 2 of the Skulltulas. Let's see. Basement 1, first floor. There's still something on 2nd floor, and then there's the boss room. Oh, we need the boss key. One of these is the boss key. That's what we need. Well. Now that we got the long shot, we can do that. What? Okay. There was a space. I think it was north. Don't touch me. Go away. Oh, geez, Jason just zipped over there. Oh boy, this looks like fun. Let's get your attention. And your attention. Yes. Come over to my trap. Come over. Come here. You can do it. Very good. Now let's slice you. Yeah. Huh. Well, okay then. I did it. What was that? A stinger. Destroy it before it flies into you. Okay, well. Fine. No, stop. Navi, please. I'm trying to orient the camera. Oh, I didn't know that you were that close. Whoops. They sure make sounds. Ooh, heart. Going to eat your delicious heart organs. Give me your heart organs. Yay. Delicious. Okay, how about these? Are there hearts in here? No. Just bombs. Okay, well, it's fine. Okay, well, I guess we gotta leave that down a little longer. That's fine. Let's see. That might have been all too slow. Yeah, that was all messed up. Okay, hang on. I didn't parse that little hop that I would need to do. Ah, I screwed up. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I can do what I need to do from here. I don't know. I don't see anything that I can do from here, though. Am I not thinking correct? Wait a minute. What? Hello. Where's that thing? Oh, hi. Was that helpful? Did that do something? Do a backflip. I can do a backflip. Welcome in, Polo. There you go. I did a backflip just for you. How you doing tonight? Welcome to the stream. I hope that you enjoy your stay as I figure out the water temple for the first time in quite a while. So I wanted a nice stream. Well, thank you for stopping in and having me demonstrate some acrobatics. You should have seen me before. I was doing all sorts of... Actually, no, I was actually doing quite terribly against Dark Link. Oh, that's what I needed to do. I needed to come over here and bomb this wall. Okay. You did help yourself by pushing that block. Is this the direction, though? I don't know that, like, shouldn't I take this block and maybe put it over there so that I can get up? That sounds like I should do that. Right? Unless there's... That was the wrong button. Oh, I can I can't stand on top of it. Well, actually, I have to bring it up more if I'm gonna do that. But then... Oh, a switch, right. That's a good point. I can't do that from here. Okay. That would make sense. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be high enough. Well, no, it could be high enough to reach. I don't know. Maybe both are valid solutions. Hmm? Thank you for the redemption of the Lucky Orc dance. Xenoburbs, I hope that the orcish butt wiggles provide you with much enjoyment and luck. Our orc of negotiable virtue is here for your wiggly entertainment needs. You're very welcome, Xeno. Hello, things over there and stuff here. All orcs, all night. You always forget about that? The orc of negotiable virtue is there for whenever you need him to lift your spirits. Amongst other things. Oh. Hang on. Whoops. Well, I biffed it. So we'll try that again. Oh, wait, what? I'm a little confused. And possibly stuck. Oh, good. It's like, I knew they wouldn't get me stuck. You know what I should have done first? Hang on. I don't want to worry about this. You're stuck, Step Link. Oops. Oh, it didn't come down. Well, whatever, it's fine. Yay! I did it. What is this noise? Oh, jeez. That almost squashed me. I want to go to the left. I hear a Skulltula. Hang on. Get up, quick. Can I do this from here? I did it. Apparently that is the direction to go for an item. Oh, what's this one? Oh. Hang on. Link? There we go. This is room with... Oh, I don't have a key. I must need to go another direction to get a key and then come back. Whoops, that's not correct. Uh-oh. Oh no, this is not where I want to be. Don't touch me. Okay, well, at least you threw me in that direction. This is fine. Okay, now I know what that room is. Second floor has the key. So I got to go back the way I came. Okay. I want the south room. What are you yahoos doing down here? You really like my model very smooth? Oh, you mean my, the orc avatar that I got? Oops, I was not doing that. I did an oopsie. Well, thank you. So this is actually just my Second Life avatar. I don't have a proper, like, VR tuber rig. This is sort of like a quasi replacement. But Second Life uses quite a bit of resources, so it's like, that's kind of why I stick with retro games and not anything more resource intensive, because my computer is running Second Life, plus OBS, plus my Firebot, plus whatever game I'm playing. So that's a bit of overhead. But thank you. I did a bit of work to customize it in terms of skin color and trying to make it look how I like. It's not a really good representation of my persona. Someday I hope that I can find somebody who, like, I can commission to do 3D mesh, like a rigged 3D mesh. I'm terrible at shopping for talent, though, so it's not been something I've put a lot of focus on. This is the direction I want to go, right? Yeah, no. Be the dream for you too? Yeah, it would be nice. Oh, this part. Okay. I know what I gotta do. I don't think I can do it from here. We gotta go to the bottom. What did you miss? What's the dream for Keppa? We were talking about my Second Life avatar and the avatar that I use for stream. And the dream of having a top-of-the-line waffle iron, yes. Also a high-quality rigged orc avatar for like VTubing. Okay. How did I do this before? Was it South Room? We had to follow Ruto. This does not feel correct. Yeah, this is not correct. Okay. Is this where we do the thing? No, it is not. Better sign off. Hope that I have a fun rest of the affiliate anniversary stream. Thank you, Wolf, and thank you for popping in. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and we will catch you later. Take care. Nighty-night. By the way, does anybody remember where I had to find Ruto to do the thing? Is it over here? No. The torch room. Right, the torch room. And you know what? Now that I think on it, I remember at some point thinking to myself, the torch room as a child. Like, that's the direction I had to take to do a thing. So that just goes to show how great my memory is. I hope this is the correct direction. No? This is not the correct direction. Is there a down from here? No. Well, I can't exactly light the torches from here. There's a whole other floor above. Well, there was just an item there. Hang on, let me me try again. Like there was a chest, but did I miss something else? Oh, okay, there it is. Oh god, dang it. Okay, found it. You can't wait for Spirit Temple, by the way? I'm glad. I'm glad you can't wait, because I don't remember Spirit Temple at all. Just for that one line. Oh no! I didn't want to put that in my hands. Yeah, I got the long shot, so now I can get that. Hi. Still more Skulltulas. Okay. Okay. Was this not the right place? Hang on. Is it over here? Nope. It was... Here it is. Okay. Alright, y'all are trying to be... with moving platforms. Okay. Oh, fuck off, you stupid bugs. Stupid insects. That sword model is nice. Yeah, they improved it a little bit. Yeah, the texture pack did add a little bit of extra goodiness to it. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I don't think this will work. Let me double check. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I did it. First try. One day you'll figure out how to get the Moblin into ship. Oh, that's right. That was strictly something else. Key, gimme. Okay, now I can get the other stuff. Keep banging your mouse against the side of your keyboard, so today you installed a little piece of stick-on foam to act as a bumper. I do that every so often. I have a very narrow... Like, I've got a big mouse pad, but I only use a very small portion of it. And I do sometimes hit my keyboard. What do I got going on over here? Do I want to be up here? Let me look at the map. Not yet, because I need boss key. We need to go back this way, so that is first floor north. Okay. Don't press your face against the wall, Link. These insects annoy me. Can I get, how many of their attention can I get? Hit you. No, stop. You've bumped into the foam twice since installing it. Come on. Can I hit you? Try that again. With better aim this time. With better aim this time. Okay, we got your attention. Wait a minute. Can I just... No. Well, that would have been nice, though. Wait, can I just do this? Well, now I can. There. I'm trying to hit it, but it's hard. It is hard to aim this thing. Oops, that was too early. There we go. Heart, gimme. Gimme. Give me your delicious heart organs. Oh, stop. Link, go. No. My heart. My beloved. My tasty snacks. Oh, okay. There we go. No bug snacks for me. Whoops. Ow. Could you not? That would be great. Thanks. We're gonna pop in here. No, what? I didn't get my my heart. One of the enemies dropped a heart, and I absolutely didn't get it. Well, what did I say? I said my heart. Now I don't know what I said. You heard butt snacks. Oh, okay. No, bug snacks. Which is a game, by the way. It's a little bit of a weird kind of game, but... Fairy, gimme. Yay! Oh, I don't need you. I mean, I already have one in a jar. I have 2 in a jar. So you can be free. I won't eat you. Yay, boss key. No, don't hurt me. I've got full life. Don't touch me. I've got full life. Okay. Boss key chest is another one of those pray you never need to get it checks. Yeah, considering how long it took to get to it, it's the last chest in the whole freaking dungeon. Game, can I have the camera be cooperative, please? That would be great. With hover boots, this temple is a lot faster. Oh, you know, I hadn't thought about that. Like, sequence breaking with different items. And of course, if you get the long shot sooner, that might help too. Let me ask you this, Kepisagi. I just realized my captions are not running. Hang on a second. Oh no, because I renamed my source. I haven't had captions all stream. Hang on, which, there it is. Okay. It says off? Hang on. Oh, save. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm sorry anybody who relies on captioning. I only just now got it working again. But that's fixed. Okay. So, Keppa, what items would you say would be best to have before coming into Water Palace? Or Water Temple? If I need to do a speed run. Or if I need to come in here. Like, hover boots, obviously. I'm guessing that's good. Long shot might be handy. Anything else you think would be kind of sequence breaking? Where do we need to go? 3rd floor. Alright, 1. I wonder. No, it'll probably do it from the beginning. Or not from the beginning, but from somewhere else. How do I get back to the top? Those 2 items make it a lot smoother to dip in? Okay. I'm trying to remember how I get back up to the top. And if there's an easy way to do it. Am I at the top? Yes. Wait, no. No! Do I have to really bring the water up the whole way? Can I? Sometimes the game will be mean and make you come here with just hookshot and irons. Ugh. That would be terrible. Can I? Can I exit and reset the temple? Will that reset the water? Let's find out. I don't think it did. It did not. How sad. This is me stomping my feet. Whee! Thud. You play Scarecrow song? Okay. Oh, hang on. There's nonsense going on. Okay, well, I'll try and do it. Hello. I don't think I'm in the right spot for it. No, don't touch me. Jeez. Where is the thing to do this stuff with the... Oh, well, let me get onto the first, top floor then. Hang on a second. Hang on. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to bump my mic. Was there not an exit? I guess there's not. Okay, never mind. I thought I had a way to go and exit from here, but I don't. Ooh. Okay. That was an idea that was half-baked. How do I get back up here again? Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh, who's up here? Let us do this. There you go. It's not here. Okay, Navi, I know. Just hold on. No. Am I in the wrong spot? Scarecrow can cause some glitchy nonsense? Okay. This is assuming I can get into the right spot to summon it. Which is apparently not there. Really, I have to just be looking at it like this? Yeah, very finicky. Okay, well, where do where do I get you to spawn? play it up there to have for later. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, the thing is, there wasn't really any indication that that's what you had to do. Safer to just go the normal way around. Okay. I don't remember how to do that. Maybe if I just get super close to it, it'll say, good enough. Like, I can just nudge a little closer before I fall off. I don't think I can nudge to where I need to be. Yeah, it's... Okay, well that didn't work. Alright. Now I gotta try to remember how to raise this normally. Because my brain is like... My brain is done with this temple. No, to put that away, Link. No, put that away. I'm trying to hit this button. Was it this way? Okay. Okay, so apparently it is a come up here and do this for later. Which, Navi, you're not helping to telegraph that. That's terrible. You good. I will eat your heart and enjoy it. Oh, right. You do need to do that because that raises this thing up. Okay. You can't get across otherwise because you can't swim. Oh, right, this part. Well, there goes all the hearts that I saved. Wait, what? Does it have to be in the middle? Does it have to be without iron? Yeah, I did it. Okay. Blink, look out! That isn't normal water over there. Oh, I'm sorry, Iron. I meant iron boots. I mean, unless you've got boots that are very good at climbing steep surfaces, in that case I might need iron's boots. But no, I didn't need iron boots in order to climb that steep surface. Alright, where are you? Because I believe we have to, like, look at you. Right? No. Shoot, how do we trigger you? I forget. We go into you. Come up here. There we go. No, don't go after the dog. He's gonna eat Jason. No. Okay, he's just saying, "Ooh, a puppy." Not Jason. Okay, I need hover boots would be great to like. Oh wait, I can't do that like that. Really? You wanna... Right on the spike, jeez. Well, let's stay on the outside, it's probably safer. Really? There we go. Nope. Well, that didn't work the way I was hoping it would. We'll try again next time. You read literature that featured this kind of combat? Oh? Nope. Dang it. I was trying to get you pinned against the wall. You might have read literature about that kind of combat, too. Oh. Sounds like a book club in the making. Perhaps so. There we go. There's a quicker way to do this. I want to say that, like, if we can get that thing... Oh, maybe I have to, like, use the hook shot again. While it is... No, I didn't... No. Oops. Yeah, there's probably a quicker way to do this, but I'm not really skilled at it. So, I guess we're doing the slow kill. almost got the strat down well. Okay, good. It did grab me. I wasn't paying attention. Dang it. There we go. Got a little bit better toward the end, but yeah, there's a lot I gotta learn about that map. Thank you for the GGs. Where is your heart container? There it is. Of course it's on the other side. I'm going to eat your juicy, delicious heart. Nom 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 nom. Two and a half hours for that dungeon. Oh my god. I am not a speedrunner. There, I took my 1030 pill. Ah, it's our favorite pair of textures again. Okay. Flink. I would have expected no less from the man I chose to be my husband. Zora's domain and its people will eventually return to their original state. That's not too bad. What, you mean the 2.5 hours? I mean, I'm sure it could be done much quicker. As a reward, I grant my eternal love to you. Well, that's what I want to say, but I don't think I can offer that now. You see, there's this dolphin that I mean, I have to guard the water temple as the Sage of Water. And you're searching for the Princess Zelda. Ha! You can't hide anything from me. Princess Zelda, she's alive. I can sense it. So don't be discouraged. I can tell that nothing will stop you in your quest for justice and peace. You must take this medallion. Take it respectfully. You receive the water medallion. Ruto awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. If you see Sheik, please give him my thanks, okay? As the water rises, the evil is vanishing from the lake. Flink, you did it! Hey, Ruto says hi. Did Ruto want to thank me? Yep. I see. We have to return peace to Hyrule for her sake, too, don't we? Look at that, Flink. Together, you and Princess Ruto destroy the evil monster. Once again, the lake is filled with pure water. All is as it was here. Shoot the sun. Alright, there's a thing you can do by shooting the sun. I forgot about that. At least we didn't get flashbang this time. Oh, you're up there. Do we have to do that from a particular spot? I thought it was from a particular spot, wasn't it? Where was that? Oh, it was from here, wasn't it? When water fills the lake, shoot for the morning light. Do I? Oh, I have to wait. Do I have to wait for it to actually be dawn? Or can I just shoot? I can always just use the sun song. As soon as I remember what it is. Really? They don't stack, I forgot. That was dumb on my part. There we go. Oh, fire arrows. That'll be nice. And that's also a check. I'm gonna have to remember that. I'm gonna have to make a list. You got the fire arrow. Set it to C and your arrows will be powered up. If you hit your target, it will catch fire. Yay! Well, that was fun. It really wasn't, but at least it's done. Forward you the checklist you use for APs. I appreciate that, thank you. Well, now what do we do? How are we on? Okay. So we got 4 more Skulltulas before we can... Oops. No map, but having the names of the checks triggers the memory. Yeah. Oops. Okay, well now that we've got Longshot, there were some places we couldn't get to without it, and I don't remember where those places are. Because I can't remember things from one week to the next. It's pointing at the castle. Why are you pointing at the castle? Oh no, that's not the castle. That's Death Mountain? Yeah. Why are you pointing at Death Mountain? And also Kakariko Village. As well, there's also little dots over here. Gerudo Valley. Oh, I know why. So it's gonna be one of where one of the things are. That's the shadow place. Well, why are you pointing there? It's not giving me a hint. It's just like, go here. Look. Hey, listen. Do this. Okay. You've been on a longer delay than usual? Yeah, that happens. Heading to bed, reppin'. Hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. I appreciate that you were able to stop in. And we'll catch you later. Nighty night. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just kind of running around Hyrule, I guess. You're trying to be better about returning the favor to friends who make the time to visit often. Well, I do appreciate that. I know that you're pretty busy, so, you know, it's understandable if you're not able to make it. But if you pop in and say hi, it's all good. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. We're just exercising the horse. That's all we're doing. I think we want to go to Kakariko Village and then go to what's it place? Okay. Epona, do you not like... Stop. Okay. Epona doesn't like that. Fine. Oh, hi. Are you a big po? You're a big po. Well, I don't care about you, big po. I have a list when we're ready to do Big Po. Oh no! Things are happening here. Okay, that explains a little bit. Why is everything on fire? Look, this isn't my responsibility. I didn't do this. Wait a minute. Sheik? Did you burn a hot dog? Is that why everything is on fire? Tell the truth, Sheik. Did you put a hot dog in the oven and then go to browse the internet for a little while and then come back to find everything on fire? Is that what happened? I thought that would bring SG out of lurk. So for anybody not in the know, that happened in our Project Zomboid server. One hot dog. The fire is still going. It has been going for, what, a week now? Not lurking, you're working on projects on my server things. Okay. Yeah. But how long has that fire been going on for? About a week? Figured out how to make an hourly mantra reminder announcement. Ah. That was interesting. That fire was the Big Bang. It just keeps expanding. It really does. Looks like you're coming around. Flink, a terrible thing has happened. The evil shadow spirit has been released. Impa, the leader of Kakaroka village, had sealed the evil shadow spirit in the bottom of the well. But the force of the evil spirit got so strong, the seal of the well broke, and it escaped into the world. I believe Impa has gone to the Shadow Temple to seal it again, but she will be in danger without any help. Flink, Impa is one of the 6 sages. Destroy the evil shadow spirit and save Impa. There is an entrance to the Shadow Temple beneath the graveyard behind this village. The only thing I can do for you is teach you the melody that will lead you to the Shadow Temple. This is the melody that will draw you into the infinite darkness that absorbs even time. Listen to this, the Nocturne of Shadow. Let me take care of the village. I'm counting on you, Flink. You really should do a Sheik cosplay someday? Go for it. Oops. So there's something fun about this place. So this spot is one of the only places in the game with absolutely no background sound. It's utterly silent, which is perfect if you want to capture sounds from the game before the days where you could extract the audio directly. So that's what I had done when I was very young. I had hooked up my audio to my computer, like the left and right RCA jacks. I got a converter to convert that to 3.5 millimeter. I plugged it into my computer, and then I would get as many sounds as I could from the game. Usually just things like, you know, these various sounds, you know, just what you could do in the menu, that kind of thing. And I used those for different things on my computer for a while. But you have to do it now, because as soon as you light all of these on fire, they stay that way permanently, and you've got a background of crackling fire. So if you want to capture any sounds, this is the place to do it, and this is the only time you can do it. I'm not aware of any other places where it's utterly silent. There might be. If there are, I'm just sort of like not really thinking of them. These days, with the ROM file kind of, there's tools to extract audio from Nintendo 64 files. Like, you can extract samples. There's lots of other ways to extract sounds from the game. So, you don't have to go to the same kind of tricks. It's possible to light all of the torches with just fire arrows. I'm sure there is, but I'm not that good with the bow. I mean, you've seen how terrible my aim is with the hook shot and the long shot, and with the bow. Don't we have to do something first? Hang on. It's a very precise setup that you don't know. Oh, okay. I've fallen into that hole before while jumping from that. I don't know why I'm walking. Because I don't remember the song on how to get back. Oops. There we go. We're gonna go back as a youth. Oops. Oops. I guess I should say you have two chances, because you can also come here as a kid, and all of these are unlit. I don't know that there's much point to lighting them as a child, though, because you do need the hook shot. So you can always come back here if you want to make some sounds. But that's not why I came here. I want to go cause some trouble. Go around and around and around. What fun. I'm so happy. I'm a music man who loves to go around and around. Go around and around. I'm trying to come up with a musical theme inspired by this windmill going around and around and around and around. Oops. Wait. Nope. Oh, there's a heart container in there that I forgot about. Go around, go around, go around. What? It's going way too fast. Oops. I'm not sure I remember how to get that. That should be pretty easy to get, right? Like, I thought I was able to get it as a child. Let's see. Well, these are the Skulltulas. That's not what I need. Oh, these are not sorted by location. Windmill Wonder. No, that's something else. Do I have? I do not. Okay. Well, I have no idea. So for somewhere around here I have, in fact it might be a text file on my computer. I have a heart container guide for A Link to the Past. Excuse me, that lets me kind of figure out like which heart containers I can access based on which items I've got. And I thought I had something like that for Ocarina of Time, but apparently I do not. So I don't know if I can get that heart piece or not. I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't feel like it. We can figure out cleanup later, and maybe use that AP guide to help us with that. Oops. Okay, this is not where we buy red potion. Okay, you're just in the way. Alright, hang on. Can I do this? Like, is that guy up here? Okay, good. I missed. Let's try that again. I talked to you before, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. You have... Okay, never mind. Let's go check out the well. I will in a minute. I did a dumb and I need to go and buy a potion. And I thought that I could buy it here, but that's as an adult. And I don't believe there are any shops. Right? That's a house, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is a house. Yep, that's a house. Okay. Oh, did it again. Yeah, so the latest version of this game did not fix the issue where, like, if you do that and then you go diagonal, you stop. When you were playing the solo multi-world, you weren't getting the long stops. Really? Do you think there's a setting for it? I was looking in there before to see if there was something, but I couldn't find anything. Something here. Yeah, it even happens, like, I'm holding Z, getting back, and then I go, oh, well now it doesn't. Hang on, let me try this again. Yeah, it hitched there. It's not doing it if I go to the left. Oh wait, now it's not doing it? Hang on. Let me get out into the field. So I think I changed it to have, like, arrows. And it was doing it then, too. Okay, so it does it for the right. It's doing it for the left. Okay. Let's see. Controls. What? Okay, apparently that doesn't work. At all. Hang on. Can I? Probably not. No, I can't do that way. Yeah, I don't know how to test this. Oh, that's D-pad. What am I doing? Up, down, left, right. Yeah, it's happening with keyboard as well. Although I'm holding Z with, Let's try this. No, it is happening with keyboard. So it's not the controller. Give me 1 second here. Hopefully that didn't look too screwed up because I had to fix the controls. So yeah, I don't know what is causing that. It's not the input device. So I'm not really sure what is causing the stops. What was I doing? I was going over here. I missed the bridge. That's fine. I still have a bean that I've got to figure out where it goes. Oh, I didn't check. We did get all the Skulltulas from Water Temple, right? Did you get the one in the large room with the moving platforms? No? The ones with the ones that were moving down? I was really focused on actually just getting up the platforms. I forgot to do them. Okay, we missed one. I can hear the spirits whispering in this room. Look for the Eye of Truth. That's what they are saying. You need a long shot to get the skull there anyway. Okay. Wait, do we not have... Oh, there we go. Oh, goody. It's you. This wall, it says something here. Danger below. That's what it says. Very check-dense location. That's good to know. Doesn't mean I know what I'm doing, though. Oh, well that's a little startling. Right, I need the lens of truth. I do find that, right? Like by coming down here into this dungeon. The well warned you. Or the wall warned me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, hi. Oops, I didn't want to do that yet. That is just exit. Where's the other? There. Needed to take off for bed? Well, thank you for all the assistance, Keppa. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and we will catch you later. Nighty-night for now. It's too bad this doesn't do damage to them. That would be handy. Should I just get behind you? Okay. But really? Oh, I guess if I come down here, then I can use that to exit. Okay, I understand. This is not the direction I want to be. We don't. I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, these are all places where I land from somewhere up above. Okay, I understand. That's not what I meant to do. Yay, the map. Yeah, hi. Wait, did we find all the silver rupees? Well, then we did. Don't know that we did. Oh well. If I come back here, I find that the silver rupees have returned, then I'll know that I kind of screwed that up. Oh. Never mind, I figured it out. Look for the eye of truth. We're trying. Stop it. Okay, bye. Oh. I need to lower the water, I guess? The water flowing out of this statue is flooding the entire floor. Ow. Hooray, I figured it out. Oh, hi there. Can we just... Where was it? Somewhere around here. Wait a minute. I'm just kind of going around in a circle, minding my own business. Getting a little exercise, that's all. Oh. Okay, well. That happened. Really? Need bombs. I mean, I guess it's a way to turn my attention down here so that I see this, but... Come on. Uh-oh. We have disconnected. One moment, please. I'm getting dropped frames, though. Let me see something. No, it disconnected again. I'm not sure what's going on with my network, but it's being weird. Oh no! I do have internet, don't I? Let me check. Okay, it says reconnection successful. There was a couple of hiccups there. Are we maybe good now? It's not dropping any more network frames, so I'm assuming that we are good. Alright. Well, that was annoying. Let us continue. Spooky Dungeon. Hey, Devore, how you doing today? Or tonight? I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for the party hats. Extremely back. Good. Yeah, there was a little bit of a hiccup there. It was some sort of a network thing. I don't think it was OBS, but something broke. Doing good. Made some good art in progress. Nice. Art progression is always good. Oh, okay. How's the old school gaming been going? It's going all right. We did Water Temple, which was an absolute pain in the ass. Watch out for its infinite hands aimed for its head. Okay. This is not a first playthrough now. It is, I have played this before in my youth. I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with everything so that I can do randomizers. So, I am perfectly content with accepting hints and backseating because the more checks that I am aware of, the better the chance I'll actually be able to complete a randomizer. You've run 3 or so no logic randos of this? Oh wow. I don't know that I could do no logic. Like, that requires that you do glitches, right? Like, you have to know how to do glitches in order to do no logic? Oh gosh, I don't think I'm ready for no logic. But yeah, if you want to point out some interesting no logic stuff, you are more than welcome to. I don't guarantee that I'll be able to do them, because I'm having trouble doing normal stuff. But I will gladly accept any point outs for no logic and give it a try just to see whether or not it's possible. So now we have the Lens of Truth. Be sure to try using it outside of the well. Seeing the truth will cost magic power, so press C again to stop using it. Yay, we have a thing. Such a sound. Okay, Spider, we don't want to be around you. Entering the well is a really interesting one. You don't need Song of Storms. All you need is Nave. She's quite helpful. I'm pushing my face up against the wall trying to squeeze through here and failing. Now we have the Lens of Truth. That goes down. Watch for the shadows of the monsters that hang from the ceiling. Oh, okay. We need a key. Well, I guess we go down. Maybe we don't go down. Oh, thank you for reminding me that I'm live. Oops. Well, I got out of the water quickly enough, so we're fine. I'm trying to go around you so that you don't touch me. Could you not? If you talk to Navi after landing on a platform's edge from a jump slash, you recoil during the conversation, but the game doesn't check for water interactions. You can sink straight to the bottom of the well. Also warp to Zoro's domain in the Lost Woods. Neat. What if I can do that? So we have to have Navi, like, trying to talk to us. Do I have to do anything else in here? Oh, is this a key? Yay, found a key. Okay. Let me out. Okay. There's the key. Put them in here. Yeesh. Ironhead, thank you very much for the... Hang on. Oh no! Well, that happened. Okay, we'll make our way back up there in a second. But thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I definitely need to stretch. But let me hydrate first. There's another in the same manner 25% of the way along the outer path. The outer path of the dungeon or the well? Alright. Takes care of hydrate. Stand up. Stretch my legs. The outer path within the well that the giant green bubble runs along. Okay. Oh, there's another key? Or another shortcut? Trying to stretch. I'll stretch the good arm first. Another key. Oh, okay. So there's two keys, so I gotta get another key. Okay, well I gotta make my way back up there because of gravity, so. NCIE accessible rando check. Ouch. Oh, my arm. Gravity is rude like that. Gravity is very rude like that. But thank you for the hydrate and the stretch, Iron. I feel a little bit better. There's a heart. There's a heart. Okay. Which direction did I want to go? Back up the ladder. Don't yell at me. Told you not to do that. Okay. Let's try this again. And maybe this time I won't screw it up. No promises, though. Okay. So, did I get that one? Yes. Okay. Let's find the other one. Yay! 2 keys. Don't you dare! Well, that would be funny if it ended up... Don't touch me, don't touch me, stop it! Jerk. It would be funny if it sucked me in behind that. He absolutely can. There's... Hang on. Oh, this was key locked. This is how I can get this Cultula. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to do this yet. doesn't work the way I think. He probably just, like, takes my stuff and spits me out on the near side. Can I? Eh. Can I do this? Nope, I cannot. Okay, cool. Oh no, it's you. Don't look at me. Okay, good. I panicked. No, dummy. There we go. There's an interesting glitch with that key door where if you're opening it fast enough and hold the direction to return to that small room, you can actually unload all of the water. Oh, interesting. Skip Zelda's lullaby for some checks. Okay. Oops. Somebody forgot to turn the lens back on. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. Oh, I don't need this. Actually. Oh well, almost. This is utterly unhelpful for logic sake that you find the glitches in this game very interesting. Oops. Well, no, I mean, these are handy things to know about. It's just that I've never tried them, and it's like not even things that I would necessarily be aware of. Like, I understand the logic behind what's happening. Because I can only, it can only load so many things. You do something, it's expecting to run code to, like, unload the whoozy what's it. Excuse me? Okay, well, that was weird. I think it's across here. Right? Oh, no, it's not. Where was it? No? Wait a minute, what is over here? Do I want to be here? I want to be here. Oh, maybe I don't want to be here. Okay, well I can climb back up, so it's fine. The game is unloading all the actors for the room you leave and water chests and interactables, but doesn't yet unload certain things like doors and collision. It's kind of amazing the way that games had to really juggle things. Just... Who's over here? Oh, it's amazing how games kind of have to juggle things to, like, work within the constraints of the hardware. I mean, what did the Nintendo 64 have? Like 4 megabytes of memory? The glitch doesn't let you get underwater chests, but it does let you kill dead hand early. They do so much of this sort of thing, but it's so cool to see under the hood. Yeah. Oh, I gotta clear all this again? Hang on. Can I just... 4 megabytes of memory and was actually pretty good. No, you broke my shield, you bastard. I was trying to avoid that. Oh well, I guess I didn't need it anyway. It's not like I was putting it up to block. 4 megabytes of memory was actually pretty good for the time. I think the PlayStation had half that. And the thing is, it's like, was it using Rambus technology to do that? Or something else? I don't remember whether or not Rambus was a thing around that time. So, hang on, let me find it. Because I actually built a computer using this stuff. RDRAM. Here, let me find this. This is it. I could be mistaken, though. And I thought that was why you needed to have something plugged in the memory expansion spot, because it needed like a continuity module. So that little thing that was plugged in is a continuity model. I don't remember, though. Let me look it up. Nintendo 64 memory type. Okay, it's just... okay. No, it is. 4 megabytes of RDRAM. 8 megabytes with expansion pack. Okay, so it did use the Rambus RDRAM technology, which was the really, really expensive route to take, and obviously it did not become mainstream. So the computer that I built was probably more expensive than it needed to be. I thought I was future-proofing myself. I wasn't. Look, I remembered to do the thing. I don't know if I can do that. I want this. No, gimme. Stop. Gimme. Oh, how nice. That was kind of them. After I screwed up. Wait a minute. I'm about to lose my shield. Well, I don't have it equipped. You can't take it if I don't have it equipped, right? This was probably another shield, wasn't it? Don't look at me. No, leave me alone. Stop it. Get away from me. No! Oh. No, I don't want to... No. Don't bore me. No, stop trying to bore me. At least I didn't lose my shield. It sure was Hylian. Okay. Well, I already have a Hylian shield, so I didn't have to worry about it. Brain. Nope, that's... Don't mind me, I'm like, not thinking. What's that put us at? $47. 3 more. You have really tried to get this stupid Skulltula without Boomerang, but it's so annoying. Well, you kind of have to, like, target it and then do, like, a jump attack. Which I can't do because I don't have a target now. But I imagine you're like, it's just high enough where it's barely out of reach, right? Oh boy. You jerk. You're all being jerks. Stop it. Yeah, I'm on fire. This is fine. Try backflipping off of the chest, but it's just out of reach. You kind of wonder if you can damage boost up there without bomb hovering. I don't know how to bomb hover, so I couldn't say. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that if you can't backflip off of it, I'm gonna guess that a jumping attack isn't gonna be sufficient either. I'm not using the right thing. There we go. Give me that. Whee! That was close. That was a sound. Bomb hovering is complicated. It takes practice in the game, much easier in Majora's Mask. Yeah, I don't know how to do... Like, one of the things that, like... maybe I could try someday, is whatever makes you go fast when you use a bomb, and, like, you zip backwards. I don't know how to do that. I know it's a thing. I've seen speedrunners do it, but I don't know how to do it. Okay. I don't know where I'm at on the map. Hess, yes. I don't remember what it stands for, but I do remember Hess. Now that you've mentioned it. You did find out you can use it to enter Deku without sword. Hyper-extended super slide. Okay, that makes sense. Sometimes they call, like, they have it short for something, and it's nothing like you would think about. Like, it's named after the person who created it, or it's just named after something completely arbitrary. It gives you enough speed past Mido. Yeah, it's like somebody might do a speedrun strat and it was right after they had a bowl of ramen. So they could call it, like, I don't know, beef noodle skip. And you'll be like, what does this have to do with beef noodles? What does it have to do with ramen? Ramen clip, yeah. And, like, beef noodle skip, and then they get shortened to BSS. And then it was like, BSS? Or no, BNS. Beef noodle skip. I know my letters. I know what words start with. It's almost midnight. Leave me alone. To be fair, it's no better in professional life. You're not wrong. I work for a company. We do a lot of, I mean, ROI, return on investment. Like, I didn't know that at first. Gosh, I can't even think of any other corp speak things to give an example of. It's just my brain is blurred. You work in games, so it's all the same people as this, basically. Okay, that's fair. I remember when I wanted to work in games. It's like I graduated high school and I was thinking, I'm gonna go to DigiPen and I'm gonna... Hi, Spider. We're gonna pause while I talk. I was like, I'm gonna go to DigiPen in Canada and I'm gonna learn how to make video games. And that was a great dream, except that, like, I live in the poorest county in the state, and we had no opportunities. And when I was done with high school, like, I did not want to interact with humans at all. I figured college was just going to be high school, but I had to pay for it, and I was like, why do I want to pay money to go to college and deal with more of the same bullshit from high school? So I didn't. And I don't necessarily regret it. I did enjoy the semester of college that I took when I was actually, like, on my own and in adulthood. I excelled in it, and I enjoyed it. but life changed and I didn't get a follow through. Thank you, Xenoburbs, for the snack. Let's have some more chicken and a biscuit. Educational and simulation games. What kind of simulations? Yes, it is time for snacks. If you are able to have a snack, and you would like to have a snack, and it would not be problematic for you to have a snack with me. I'm having chicken and a biscuit, which is just a cracker that is coated with powder that tastes like the ramen the powder you would get from chicken flavored ramen. It's quite good. Very salty. Okay, got out of that mess. Your big project is a burn treatment trainer. There's some gnarly visuals, but it's definitely something that helps people's hope is to eventually get our simulator and teaching curricula. Interesting. Well, that explains the educational / simulation bent. Okay. Interesting. I can understand burns are burns are not pretty. You get down to 3rd degree burns and just like yeah. Not great. But people who are going to be in a medical field need to be able to like understand and see these things and work with them. So like simulating that first before you deal with it live in the field would be very valuable. So that's pretty cool. Not doing anything big like that, but you're working on your capstone project. Capstone project? Let's have another cracker. I'm trying very hard not to mouth noise in the microphone itself, because I know some people don't like mouth noises. So I'm just doing kind of an over-the-top hump. Senior project needed for you to graduate. Oh. What does the project consist of? If you're okay with sharing. Yeah, I won't call it game design. Excuse me. I would call it more like game engine design, like the concepts behind how things work, like the rules for tabletop game, I guess you could say. But the rules are too complex to really use dice for it. So, like, I'm trying to use dice so that I could test it and figure out balancing. But, I mean, it's really just hobby stuff for me. I'm not expecting it to, like, actually be used or publish it or anything like that. But I'm trying to make, like, realistic combat. Harnmaster is kind of like a realistic thing, but like I'm taking a different direction. If there's a DOS game called Darklands that kind of tried to do realistic melee combat, ranged combat, that kind of thing. So I'm trying to find ways to create something like that. Other stuff in the simulation space has been teaching airplane pilots with VR, emergency pilots, I can talk, emergency police, military, medical preparedness stuff. That's cool. VR is one of those things like you don't hear a whole lot about. Like a lot of people don't hype it up, but it's got a lot of uses in this kind of context. You conducted ethnographic interviewing for the past year, and you're writing a peer-reviewed research paper on patterns of behavior in the southern states. Any particular patterns of behavior that you are researching? I'm assuming you mean the southern United States. Let's get away from that. That was almost an oopsie. VR's been pretty good for serious games. Bypass the cost of expensive equipment that would need to exist to train people anywhere. Yeah, I would love to get into VR, mostly for the social aspect of it. I just haven't yet. Mostly because I don't have an avatar that reflects me. Like, I have... the avatar that I have in VR chat is basically a dragon because there's no good-looking orcs. Second Life, you can see what my avatar looks like, but it doesn't have VR. They will eventually have what they are going to call puppeting. So they'll have like motion capture and stuff, but they haven't really pursued that. And Second Life, unfortunately, it's got a lot of legacy stuff that's dragging it down in terms of efficiency. So it's not a very lightweight app, and it hasn't gotten any lighter. Parts that are not quite Twitch friendly. Okay, then I will not probe further, but I do hope you have success in your endeavors. VR equipment has a cost, but less than an airplane. This is true. Game's old. Yeah, Second Life is really old. Like, Windows XP, kind of old. And I wanted to get in on the ground floor. And I think the computer I had at the time could, maybe. Actually, I'm not sure. But I didn't have Windows XP. I don't think, actually, no, I couldn't have, because I don't think my computer could handle Windows XP. So I missed out on the first bit for a while. I eventually got a laptop that could run it, barely. So that's when I created this account, and that was, when was that? 18 years ago? Yeah, somewhere around 18 years ago, I think. I'd have to look at my profile in Second Life to check for sure. But that is when this persona, Iogra, was born. So, the more you know. I don't want to be here. Also, this looks like a pile of poop. Whoa. What a series of words handling Windows XP. Like, remember the days of Windows XP. Everybody loved it. Nobody wanted to go away from it. I can bomb that? Oh, okay. Well, let me go and try and bomb it. We're gonna bomb this pile of poop. Oh. Nut. Well, it's a check. Oh no! It's disconnecting again. Okay. I think it's reconnected. It's not dropping network frames. That is... So it's not dropping network frames. I think it's okay. Let me know if we're back, if we're alive. I'm hoping that we're good. You had to go to chat rather than merely refreshing. Okay, we are alive. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, that sidetracked me, and I don't know where I was, other than we bombed a poop and we got nuts. Oh, that's all you missed, is I just went nut. Okay. So now we come back over. No! Controller Y! No! That one. Wait, what is going on with the... Oh, no! Shoot, okay. I have to explain what happened here. So, because I made OBS my active window, I was playing through the OBS window, not the game. There is a 350 millisecond delay in order to get my voice to line up with the jaw in Second Life, so everything from my sounds to the video capture to everything else is 350 milliseconds delayed. You know how emulators have a little bit of input lag? Imagine 350 milliseconds of it. That's what just happened. Mistakes were made. Don't scream at me. Yeah, we're good. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm gonna have a cracker while we wait for OBS to reconnect. Oh. Okay. We should be live. I hope we're live. Now the question is, what is the root cause of this? Like, is this a problem with Twitch? Is it a problem with my internet? I could do a speed test. I don't like to do a speed test while we're live, but I probably should do it just to see whether or not it's my network. So give me just 1 second here. That's not what I'm looking for. The moans are back, yes. I'm doing a quick speed test just to make sure that it's not me. Oh, it might be me. It could be me. So my normal download speed is 400 megabits per second or so, and I'm getting 33. My upload is 16, where I normally expect around 20. So my upload's fine. Clearly something is wrong with the network. Okay, we're back. All right, the question is, how much more of this level do I have to do? let's see. We're in this room. Can we... Okay. Let us see if we can finish whatever we need to do here before we go down again. What is here? We're gonna try to finish this as quickly as we can. Did you turn out my fire? Nope. Should I be opening all these at once? I don't know if I should be opening these at once, but I'm trying to. It's like I'm kind of in a hurry. No. Don't scream at me. Is there a point to doing all that? I'm gonna admit I don't know. A likely story. Oop. Dang it, I missed. Could you not? Don't you do it! I saw what you were trying to do to me. Well, that was fun. Look, could you not? Really? Like, I don't think it works that way. Is there... Hang on. Well, yeah, I want to do the Sun Song. He just has a lot of options. Yeah, options make it difficult for me to think. Okay. Now we'll get behind you. Oops. No, I was hoping to avoid that from the whole game, but no, we had to get weird. Do you get back up? Hang on. Do I bomb you? I don't know if that's how that works. Oh, look, a heart. Hooray for hearts. Hang on, let me stun you. Where is... Okay, there's your back. It's very awkward. Was there a reason we did this? Oh, there's a key. Okay. There was a reason we did this. Any other goodies? Nope. I see a heart. I'm gonna eat your heart. Okay. I think we're done in here. I got the key. Okay. Now what? Let's see. Center section? I don't know if we're done. Don't you do it. Is there a reason that you're here? Oh, there's a chest. Nut. Okay, well, at least we know there's more checks. Oh, another place for a key. That's his house? Oh, I hear a thing. Cool. Can I just... Okay. Oh, you jerks. Whatever. This, I think, I'm gonna say requires a boomerang no matter what. Yes? Ooh, heart. Wait, gimme. Gimme. Well, we haven't gotten all the Skulltulas. Is that a chest? Is that it? Okay. Game, please. My network is being stupid, and I need to finish this dungeon before I quit for the day. Please cooperate with me. I just need to not do stupid things like that. This dungeon would be a whole lot shorter if I was actually paying attention. Okay. How do I get there? Can I just jump across? No, it doesn't let me jump across. Oh, stop. I can't turn this off while I'm climbing. That seems like a mistake. So, that takes up the whole span of that. So, is there a different way? Oh, I like that, dummy. So now we get the compass. Yay! That would have been nice to have, like, ages ago. 2 more chests. Okay. Where do we want to go? Okay, so I'm in the middle, pointing in that direction. Did I not? I've been in that... Have I been in that room? Yeah, I was in that room, and I didn't get a chest. Eh? Okay, hang on. Wait a minute. Can I bomb this poop too? What happens if I bomb this poop? Or, well, pile of skulls. Whatever it is. And the answer is nothing. Yeah, I'm hoping that my network frames are not being weird. Let's see. Oh, I was here. Oh, hold on. No, hold on. Did I miss something while I was here? Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, so we're gonna have to try to wrap this up as quick as we can, because this is just up and down and all over the place. But Devor, if you're listening, thank you so much for popping in. I do hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and I hope to catch you later. Nighty night for now. Okay, so there should be a chest. Did I not? What? Oh, it's invisible. Oh, look, it's worth 200 rupees. I didn't need to get this. Okay. Alright. You know what? We got everything else, right? I mean, it's a check, so that's great. Okay, so that's in the middle. So let's jump down the middle. This is not the... This is all the way down... Wait, what? I went down 2 floors? Okay, you know what? Okay. I think whatever that chest is, it's not important. We got... I hope it's not important. We got the we got the who's what's it? We got the map, we got the compass. We got the lens of truth. I'm gonna say we're done. Because the network is unstable. There's a problem with the internet, and I'm gonna have to call my ISP and get that taken care of. So, oops. Okay, I will check to see if there's anything else here that is important. We'll come over here. just so that we have an exit spot, we will come in here. Oh, right, we can't do that. You know what? This is fine. Alright. Well, I think this is going to do it for tonight, before something else breaks. Let's see who's out and about that we can say hello to. It helps if I look for my bookmarks. Who is up? Who is out and about? You know what? Robot Spacer's up. Who else is up? Oh, you know what? We have Artibarian, or just Art. He rated us the one time. Let's go say hi to him. If it lets me. Okay, good. I have a feeling I'm lagging again. So, before we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind you all, you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way, even network challenges. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now. Oh, wait. Really quick, thank you, SG, for the raid, or not for the raid, for the subscription. JJ, thank you for the subscription. And that was everybody. Okay, good night.